I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterfordine and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent?
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil FARRACON is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. So far, no one stepped up. They can't. That's why they haven't. Get that $5,000. If you're listening, why don't you step up if you think I'm mistaken here, misleading people. I'm lying on FARRACON. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. This is a continuation from yesterday. Phase 2, Armageddon. About phase 1. We're in phase 1 now. It's going to lead to phase 2 very soon. Phase 1 is the war that's going on right now in the Middle East. It's about to continue. In fact, it's actually going on now. If you consider that they're fermenting all kinds of trouble and stuff in Iran. But physical, they call it where they use I take the word, they name it the word they use, but it's anyway. That's why I like Riz using that particular word. Anyway, the fighting, the direct fighting. Oh, that's a kinetic war. That aspect of it will continue soon. Right now, it's kind of submerged, but it's going on. They're fermenting turmoil and stuff in Iran. At any rate, that's going on now. And abominous desolation is a warning sign. Yet no one saw it. Because they covered it up. Yellow light, blinking. Abomination desolation going 2 years now. Look up abomination. The uprising was put down with great cruelty. That's why I use a particular word, because you look at exactly what's going on. The uprising put down great cruelty. The problem is the way they define that, the way the so-called Christians been defined that in the past, is they had it backwards. They said, oh, the abomination is going to be persecution of the Jews by the Arabs. See, that's what they've been predicting for years. See? And so when you see that, that would be the abomination that will cause the desolation. And the people that's causing abomination, right? It says, when you see abomination desolation, their destruction is near. That means the people that's caused the abomination, right? Their destruction is near. But we see that actual going on, and we see it's the reverse. The people that's call themselves Jews, they're the ones inflicting it. That means their destruction is near. That's why they can't tell you that. I keep explaining to you, brothers and sisters, they can't say certain things because they were saying things for years, and then, and so now they can't tell you, even though they see it, they can't tell you because that will reveal who they are. They'll reveal who America and Britain are. See, right now you say, why do they hate Russia so much? Because they're telling people Russia is Gog. And God's supposed to attack Israel. That's why they hate. You say, why do they hate? They're Europeans because they're telling you, right, that Gog is Russia. You see, the Gog, and also it's the bear. It's going to take down going to attack the kingdoms. But specifically, they're telling you that it's going to attack Israel. See, but who is Israel? Who's the real Israel? He's going to attack Israel. God's America, and we're the true Israel. But see, they got a sealed Bible. And so that's what's driving a lot of what they're doing. So people say, why do you hate Russia so much? Russia haven't done anything to them. Because they're telling people that. So therefore, we got to stop God because they're going to attack Israel. A lot of stuff they say is because their interpretation of the sealed Bible. So I move on, brothers and sisters, but no thing I'm gonna get we're talking about, so I'm going phase 2, I'm gonna explain Armageddon. Already I explained, now I'll go into a little more about phase 1, but I'm focused on phase 2. But the thing you need to understand, if you want to understand all, the Bible is primarily about the Levites. Primarily about the Levites. I was shocked to find out myself. I mean, before Elijah, I didn't know there was 2 tribes. I didn't know there was a tribe of Shabazz. But the angel reveals everything. And the Levites, they're our brothers. Jacob and Esau were twin brothers. But they broke with Esau and came over to us. I said, we want to go with you. No one else wanted to do that because when they sat down and talked about, let me explain something. I started a little early today because I got rid of some of this, was to handle some of my technical difficulties, so a little earlier. So maybe it'll rise up in a minute. But the thing is that well, I don't want to get too deep in that, brothers, but here's the story of Jacob and Esau. Now, the point people should try to understand is that we don't determine the winter, the spring, the summer, the fall. Those things come in. So what we do is, once you've been here, say if you was born, if all you ever experienced a spring, you may realize there's a summer, right? If you was born in winter, that's all you know is the winter. You have to kind of experience the spring. Oh, there's a spring to come in. And you have to you live a whole year, then you realize there's 4 seasons. So if you live your whole life and it's just summer. I mean, it's winter. You wouldn't know anything about anything else. And devils, they was born in the winter, and their whole existence would be in the winter. We have 4 seasons, 6,000 years of winter, 6,000 years spring, 6,000 years. You never saw it that way. So we don't control that. What we do is we adjust to it. We look ahead and see what's coming. And then we say, okay, this is coming, and then what we need to do to be successful. That's what Scripture is for. As simple as that. See, some people think, oh, well, we're just making this happen. No. We didn't ask for the Holocaust to come. We didn't ask for energy deprivation. But that's the price of creating heaven and earth, because it takes energy to do that, and there's not an infinite amount of energy, a certain amount. So to put stars out there, it means you take energy from here. Because the Quran says the earth and the heavens were one. And then we expanded them. So that means you're going to have less energy here. So at what point does the energy become very low, like in your car? You get to the point you get the red light. So, okay, run out of fuel. If you don't do something, put some fuel in there soon, right, you're going to stop. So at the point that we get to the red light. We've been in the red light for 6,000 years, but we saw it coming. So it's okay, how do we handle that? What's the best way to deal with it? And when you look around, if you understand things like I'm trying to explain to you, and you see all kinds of, you see the wisdom we had. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I'm not going to do it because I'll be here for hours. But you see, people just don't know anything. Like you say, well, where does the oil come from? Yes, so where oil come from? It doesn't come from, it's just the magic. No. When biological life dies, it goes to earth, and eventually it turns into oil. After millions and millions and millions of billions, you got a lot of oil on the ground. So is our drinking waters underground also. We have rivers of, and that's where we get our water, because you don't get the water from the ocean, you can't drink that water. The water we drink is from underground. It's get purified, or salt, that stuff is moved out through into the rocks or whatever. We design it. It's not just there. But at some point, you got rivers of oil, and at some point, they pollute each other, and then we wouldn't have any drinking water. So the thing is, okay, at the point of energy deprivation, right, there's a lot of oil down there. We timed it, we fixed so it wouldn't infiltrate into the water, but it'd be very close. So we said, okay, let's give the energy deprivation man, Adam, we make him, he don't require as much energy. So he won't suffer the full impact of energy deprivation. So let's give him oil as an energy source. So he pulled that out of the ground. We want him to rule, so you need an energy source. So give him that energy source. So now he's got to pull it out of the ground. That's what we want. So we kill two birds with one stone. There's other reasons why we did things like we did. We take advantage of every opportunity. See? So we're in that situation. Well, at some point, we had to get the oil out there anyway. So let's do it. Because now people get angry at me and everything, like somehow I'm the one that it's because of me that tribulation coming along, or because of me these things happen. No, tribulation coming along because of what you did, not what I did. I'm trying to show you how to deal with it. Deal with the seasons. You know, that's what they kill prophets. Prophets come and try to tell them, hey man, a storm is coming. What's your storm? I'm telling you a story, prepare for it. A flood's coming, prepare for it. They kill them. Man, you may argue, man, we back here, man, we check the NFL out, man, everything's cool. Everything's melting. Here you come with that bullshit. Get rid of him. That's why they kill the prophets. They would kill me if they could, and it wouldn't stop a damn thing. It wouldn't stop the flood. It just wouldn't be an art for them. Or it might be someone else do it. They don't get it. And they would hate the message of the covenant above all, because his remedies are so dramatic. His remedies are so harsh, so seem cruel. But if you got a cold, the remedy is maybe some Advil or something, right? But you got cancer, man, you got to cut you open and do some dramatic stuff. Oh, man, I got to do all that. Yeah, if you want to survive. If you want to survive, yeah. You got to cut you open, man. You got to go to chemo, right? You want to lose your hair? Well, I got to do all that. Man, hey, you got the cancer. I'm trying to tell you how to survive it. You can listen or you can not. But if you got a cold, man, I get some Advil or something. So right now, we're at the time of unprecedented troubles. That means you get unprecedented remedies. And they don't get it. These Levites, they don't get anything. See, the book is primarily dedicated to him because they said the elect, they didn't have that problem. Shabazz. But the Levites, they did. And so, but a promise was made to them. Okay, we didn't ask them to come along with us. They said they wanted to. They said, well, you stick with us, you hang with us, you stay loyal. If you stay loyal to us, we'll give you, we'll graft you into our tribe, and we'll give you the same as we give the rest. If you do the same as they do, we reward you just as much as we reward them. They said, yeah, okay. And so they went to the Holocaust. Some of them did, a lot of them didn't. A lot of them broke, went to Haiti, Jamaica, whatever, they broke. Right? But some of them stayed. And I tell you the truth, if it wasn't for the sisters, I wouldn't even worry about them at all. Especially all the trouble I have with them. Because the sisters, they didn't know whether they was Shabazz or Levi or what. But they saved our nation. So at that point, we didn't know whether it was Shabazz, Levi, whatever. Right? So we promised them, right? If you go through that, we're going to give you time to come out. We'll give you a clear path to get out, a lifeline. We'll give it to you. But you got to take it. We'll make sure you get it. The best you can. So he sent the God to you. God came to the Levites, he got Elijah. Then we sent, lift up one of yours. There's a great prophet, Elijah, a Levite. Then on top of that, we send the high priest from Shabazz to you. Minister the covenant to make sure you're going to stand by his word. You got all that. How can you miss? But they miss. In fact, when FARRACON, if they actually F the covenant, because FARRACON said, we said you get a lifeline, and then somebody came along and they say, man, you don't know the life, hell with that. You just say, okay, you threw it away, you spit on it, shit on it. You did, because that's exactly, the whole lifeline was about you to get out of here. And you said, I ain't going nowhere. I'm with FARRACON, I'm not going nowhere. I ain't devil, ain't no devil. I want to stay here in hell or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So he even shit on we said, we'll give it to you, and then somebody came along and you shit on it. This Levites here. Temple of Lion. That's exactly the history there. Elijah's going to eject it. They rejected what they promised. What we promised we would give them, and that's what they wanted. And then when it came, they spit on it. Rejected it. And then finally, the Lamb comes. He's not a Levite. He had mixed ideas about it, but once he said, I'm going to do it, he threw it all in. Total sacrifice. So they do it themselves. Nobody wanted this Holocaust. That's part of the way things are. We had to go into winter season. It's the worst ever. Everything on. Mr. Prophets come. Muhammad just came. He can tell you how it is. Then you can accept or reject it. So it lasted what? 1,000 years? This mess only lasts 1,000 years. They're going to try to make it like it last forever. Move on, brothers and sisters. Got more to say on this as I move on. Okay, wait a minute. Let's talk about that. Let's up this over here a little bit. Let's tell you what the criteria is. What it takes to make it. See, the hereafter, it's a spring season. So everything be different. So you can't go in there with winter mentality. You will not survive. You will not survive. And so I come tell you the mentality you need. Let me say this. You know, I had some people in the past, and most everybody in the past now. But anyway, and explain, because that's what people need to know. You know about the 5 pillars. But that's your protection in time of tribulation. And they say a little bit of knowledge can be deadly. I had a couple of people, I know more than a couple of people, but some more recent than others. They get that. Oh man, they got it now. Kiss my ass, man. I don't need you no more. A little bit of knowledge. I tell them you get 5 pillars, man, that's your protection. See, and they run off half cocked. Well, because they don't think. And that you know, when they say if you want to hide something from a black person, put in a book, they're talking about the Levites. Because they do not want to think. Or they'll go around, they'll sell papers, they'll go around and ride around the country, spreading gossip and all that, do all that, but they won't think. They don't, oh, you tell them to think, they won't do that. Physical, they'll do it. We tell them to think, they don't want to do that. Part of it is because our brains are atrophied because 4,400 years we lost to think. You get beat. Think what you think. It's what you even think that you was thinking. But you couldn't think anyway because you need words to think. They limit your words. You know, see, people don't understand that. You need words to think. You need a language. They limit our language to yes, sir, master, no, sir, master. Yes, sir, master, no, sir, master. Yes, sir, master, no. So how much thinking can you do with that? Vocabulary is like 5 or 10 words. Maybe 20 at the most. So how much thinking you do with that? So therefore, right, your entropy, your brain entropy. So that's part of the problem. And it seemed like it affected Levites more than it affected the Shabbos. They want you try to get a black. They said, like I said, if you want to hide some of a black person, put it in the book. And they'll never find it. I had that situation with my children, right? You know, you know, my father was tough for me. I probably should have been tough for them, but I just, you know, I don't know. But anyway, I trusted them. I told them, you know, makes a lot. And they had their own private rooms, right? And so I said, okay, makes sense. So they go in there and they tell me that they make a lot, right? They're reciting the Quran. So what I did was I said, okay. So I put 100, I think, at least $100 bill. I think for a couple of them in the book. Right, near the beginning, so I know what they're reciting there, right? 2 weeks later, the money's still there. They wouldn't open the book. Because they took that $100 out of there. But they can't say, hey, I got some $100. The money is on the book. That's probably why they're in trouble right now. So you can't get them to open the book. You can't do anything else, man. You say they'll work, they'll labor, oh man, it's like when the Mister was around. Or you giving out self papers and self vision. I was one of them. I was studying. But the message of the black man, I mean, and the lessons, they weren't studying that stuff. They were saying crazy stuff. They were going to do the work. Okay. That's why the message of coming have to come with the cure for that. Because they cannot go in the hereafter mindless, thoughtless. But it will be more technical than this, much more, way beyond this. Remember, the devil's saying that what Master Farmer has is a million years ahead of what they got. They're saying that means the technology is like a million years ahead. If you look at it from that perspective, I don't think it's a million years ahead, but well, from that point of view, because ABC is a billion years ahead of a gorilla, right? He never figured out. So maybe they mean that in that context. But that's the technology that you'll be working with. It's not using atomic energy, not in the sense that you understand it. It's not using gas and oil to fuel it. Using a whole different idea. So you have to have a whole new understanding, and everything is, you know, a child in the hereafter will be wiser than the wisest person here. A 10-year-old child in the hereafter will be wiser than the wisest devil here. And they have access to, they can build nuclear weapons they want to, because that'd be simple stuff to them. But do you want a child running around to build nuclear weapons that's stupid and doing stupid stuff? You're going to, everything, how can you control a situation like that? Right now, you a child can go and burn stuff up, can't they? Can't they get some mass burn stuff? What's going to stop them in the order? You see the point? If you're a teenager or a child, you can go start fires all over the place. So if you can build nuclear bombs, we can't have that kind of action. That's stupidity. Everybody has to be correct, 100%. You have access to all kinds of power, much more power than anything here. But they don't get it. So therefore, you can't go there just saying anything, right? Like right now, you go here, you can stupid and you know what you're doing. You can burn your damn house down. You go in the kitchen, anybody go in the kitchen right now and burn the house down. You got the ability to do it. They don't get that point. So we can have people there that just say anything, do anything. You have to speak mathematically, you have to speak correctly. You have to know what the hell you're doing and what you're saying. You have to be able to communicate directly. You can say something to a child, and you don't say it correctly, and they misunderstand you and they burn up something. I'm moving on because I know they're not getting this. I'm going to explain why in a minute. But you have to be able to manage your energy. If you want to be free, free means manage your energy. But they satisfy the devil manage your energy. Because this is what this telling you right here. He who loves his mother or father more than me is not worthy of me. He who loves his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. He that love taketh not his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He that finds his life shall lose it. He who loses his life shall find. That means you got to take total control of your energy. That's what it's telling you if you understand that. But they don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You take control of energy, teach your children to take control of their energy. But see, you want to control your energy, control your wife's energy, your son's energy, your husband's energy, your child's energy, so therefore you lose control of yours. Everybody's messed up. You have to give 100%. So it's talking about, he that finds his life shall lose it. It means you got to give your whole, if you want to make it hereafter, you got to give it all of it. That's what it's telling you. He that finds his life shall lose it. He that loses his life for my sake shall find it. That means you got to give it all. That's what it's going to take to escape here. That's much energy. But let me put it another way. You know, I talk about purging, culling. That's why they got that Christianity idea that Jesus come to save everybody. No, he didn't. They got that idea. And so some think, Elijah Muhammad had the same problem. Because everybody thought, all they got to do is be with Elijah and sell papers, and now we're going to get them hereafter. And some brother jumped up while we was having to do theology times. Hey, I can't believe it. He wasn't supposed to do that, but he did it. Nobody said anything, young brother. I was a young brother at the time. I was in my 20s. I think he was about my age, maybe a little younger. Elijah was talking. He had Q&A. But Elijah said, hold it, brother. He said, do not pray for that day because you don't know what you're up against. The Quran says, you think you enter the kingdom without go through all kinds of hell and everything else? Because that's the nature of, it won't be like that in the hereafter because we've got a whole different situation. But here, at a time of unprecedented trouble, you got to fight like hell to get the hell out of here. You got to fight to control yourself. It's a war just to control yourself. That's your first battle. The next battle, right, is control get your nation together. The next battle is get the hell out of here. And the next battle is taking land back, so forth. It's a war. It's a constant war to get back on top. Right now, we're totally on the bottom because we lost all control of energy. First energy, like maintain control of ourselves. Then control. We take our energy, combine energy to control our nation. Right now, we don't have control of ourselves. We lost control. We have no control of the nation because we're one body, right? So we have control of the whole body, and we don't have control of anything. It takes so much energy to control yourself. We don't have that. We have it. We don't use it. And they don't want to go to war. It's a battle. They want to sit back, lay back. Man, I'm going to lay back. I'm just hanging in here. I'm going to get to the hereafter, man. It's going to be nice, man. It'll be mellow. Okay? You can't get the point over to them. Move on, brothers and sisters. Here. I'm gonna read the part, and they're okay, and they are they which are sown among the thorns, such as hear the word, and cares this world's life, well, and the deceitfulness of riches, something else, American dream, right? And the lust of other things entering in, right? Got me a hydra stuff, right? Chokes the word and becomes unfruitful. So he gets the word, right? See? If you read the whole thing, right? But he gets it and don't do anything with it. Now, the thing is, the scriptures talk about the message cut, there'd be three with him. But never say do anything. I'll talk that in a minute. So there were three with him. Three. Meshach, and Abednego. I haven't examined those names. There may be something to them. Right? I know they call it the bad Negro, whatever. So who are they? But they're not the good because, they don't do anything. They with him. When he's in the furnace, they was in the furnace with him, and he actually walked around saved them. He protected them in the furnace, so they can protect themselves. So that's interesting right there because he had to go in the furnace. They didn't throw him. They didn't throw the mess of the covenant. They didn't throw Daniel in the furnace. You read that story carefully. They threw his companions in the furnace. They looked around and said, hey, who's that in there with him? So he went in the furnace himself to save them. See, I know you never read the story that way. They threw Daniel in the furnace too, They threw Meshach, and Abednego in the furnace. There was three. And they looked around and said, hey, there's a fourth one in there. Who is that? We had to go in the furnace and save them. See, I know you heard a story like that, but because you don't read it. He had to go in and save their ass. They still didn't do anything. And then we're told to cut them down after 3 years. And it wasn't fruitful. That was the advice. I didn't take that advice. I departed because I keep thinking about these sisters. I may be wrong about it, but the point is that, they helped save this nation because they didn't know there was Levites or Shabbats, whatever. There was a death penalty. The main thing with original man, a slave nigga, unless master approved it. There's a whole movie about that called that movie Journey of August King. Even in Django, you say, right? I had to kill one nigga had to kill another nigga so he could have a beer in the night with Sarah. They're total control of our energy, nation, everything. So that's it. Let me try a little harder. Let's go a little try harder. I said, when for the sister, I would just dropped it. But he said, Jones said, man, heck with that, man. He says it's not worth the time. He spent 3 years on the Demon Island because I said, man, it's waste time done with them. Was he right? Apparently. Because the three never do anything. And they're the leaders. They're the leaders of the Levites. I try to warn them about that because during tribulation, they don't want people to find out, but they probably be leaders because there can be a judgment. The Levites going to judge each other. Said the saints are going to judge the world. Talked about it yesterday. I think I got it here today again. They're going to judge each other. And the first thing they're going to say, wait, hold it. Why are we going to tribulation here? I know we like to blame other people. I mean, you knew about this stuff and you say nothing? A lot of people lost the lack of knowledge, and you knew about this stuff for years. Did you do anything, man? That's what they're going to face with. You're warned and warned and warned. What you can do? Because if it can't be, if they can't achieve the angel, they can't. In other words, remember that's the angel is a gem, a mental gem to get you prepared for start thinking to move to the next level. So if it's beyond their ability, then that'd be terrible to have them. It's like going and tell a gorilla, man, you got to read this poem, or I'm gonna cut you to pieces. What kind of stuff would that be? You know, you ain't gonna be able to do that. So why would you give them something they can't do? They can do it because it says they washed their robes with the blood of the lamb. What do you think that is? They had to achieve it. And the ones that didn't achieve it had everlasting shame and upon because there'd be people shaming them. Look at him, look at that dummy. They put you in the zoo. These have people around here that's born mentally deficient. Well, they did deal with them here, but they won't happen like that in your home. We won't produce children like that. You understand that? You understand why we don't explain about the Mongolism, that kind of stuff. I explained it already. Everlasting shame and upon You're poor that. Look how dumb they are. I'm not ashamed to be around them. Not because they didn't have the ability, they just didn't do anything with it. I'm going to talk about that a little more in a minute. See? But the thing is that calling is a natural thing. I explain that in detail. Calling. You understand? We keep our nation strong. See, like I said, remember I told you about oil? We put the oil, so we put them here so they can get oil out the ground. Also, they're like a hurdle, mental hurdle, but they live on a certain mental plane. And so you have to, we know we're on a different, so you have to overcome them to get to the next world. Otherwise, you can't bring that shit over there. The angel is above this. So they think two-dimensional, you got to think three-dimensionally. Because the angel say, Elijah Muhammad told you something, you have a new way of thinking, but you can't come back with the old way of thinking. What Master Muhammad said, when I return, you have thorough knowledge of self. With thorough knowledge, that's knowledge is thinking, isn't it? But they won't do it. Let's move on. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, well, here are the Levites. See here? This is the ark, key. Is that up anywhere? Oh, no, I got it right. And see the ark up there, it's called heaven. It's a new heaven, new earth. Heaven is the kingdom. Earth is just below the kingdom. But it's part of that. And the rest, that's flood and destruction. That's all going to be taken away. That's going to be left. New heaven, new earth. When you understand that, you see how there was a flood? I'm not going into detail about that, but that's what demons are. That's the tribulation. But with earth, that's tribulation too. That's just above it. It's in the waters. See, all that's waters. But they refer to the angel key as the part we see the Arabs, that's called waters. They're just above the flood. They're in the waters just above the flood. But they're outside the ark. They're outside the ark. That's the point. But all the waters represent tribulation. That's why it tells you, Levites, at least those Levites, because you're going to have those Levites said to Elijah, those Levites also. those Levites up there, right? It should have been those three companions. They didn't do anything, so ended up in the L.E.G.I.O.N. They was replaced. That should have been their position. But they stood up and made the sacrifice. They've been kings forever. Because the reward you get is an everlasting reward. That's it, Melchizedek. You're high priest forever. Only one there. Well, let me back off from that because you see, the Shia and Masfra, they have that authority only for the next 6,000 years. Then return back Shabazz. They're still part of the kingdom. I explain that. We see Levites there. See, up top there. Okay, on top there, that's Arabia. Right in the middle is Jerusalem, that area. That's the throne of David. David is Masfra Muhammad. Right? And Solomon would be his son, right? Okay. Spiritual son. So that would be, and then below that, because you got Arabia, then you got that little place in between Arabia and what you call Africa. It's all Africa. And that's Africa. And they would rule that. And below that, right, would be what you call Afghanistan, all that kind of stuff, right? That would be the new earth. That's where Sunnis, but they won't be Sunnis anymore, Arabs and Esau, who will rule them, that's where it would be. That's the new kingdom. So you see, NOI, they get a new earth, but the point is that they're outside the ark. While tribulation is going on. So on, brothers and sisters. Maybe you get it, maybe you don't. Okay, here. Let's read this. And the Lord spake unto Moses, self-same day, saying, get thee, okay, let's go ahead. And die in the mount where that goeth and be gathered. Okay, I might as well read the whole thing. And the Lord spake unto Moses that self-same day, saying, get thee up into this mountain, Abraham, I can't pronounce that, unto Mount Nebo, which is the land of Moab. May not pronounce these names right, brothers and sisters. So I'm just letting you know. Like a man say, hey man, you ain't saying it right. Well, I'm telling you. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right. If you look it up, because I don't speak the language. If you look it up, they still might not be pronounced it correctly. Right? That's over against Jericho. That's the common, but if you speak to Arab, they will say it a different way. Jericho, and behold, the land of Canaan, which I give the children of Israel for possession. And die in the mount, whether thou goest up and be gathered with thy people, as Aaron, thy brother, died in the mountain and was gathered. See? Oh, listen to this. See, you don't pay attention to these things. It's talking to Moses, talking to Elijah. Die in the mount, where thou goest up and be gathered unto thy people. Unto thy people. Saints. And Aaron, thy brother, died in the mount. He died too. He didn't make the promised land either. So he can't be the Messiah. And it was gathered unto his people. Wait. Ain't they brothers? Then why got different people? So you miss these little things. If they say, brothers, why they got different people? Because he's a demon. His people. They was gathered together. Remember? That's why you got pissed. Moses said, those with the Lord come with me. So the rest stay with Aaron. That's what you got right there. See? You get it? Different groups. They weren't the same people, though. That's why they call them brothers. That's a Angel thing. Okay? Because you transgress, talking to Moses now, because you transgress against me among the children of Israel at the word of, I can't pronounce that, in the wilderness of Zin. Okay? Because you sanctify me not in the midst of the children of Israel. That's this little thing. I'm not bothered by this. That's him, Master Muhammad there. what it's saying here is that he did not really make it clear about the message of the covenant. He didn't make it very clear. He never really spoke directly. He said, he mentioned offhand that somebody be after him, right? It was never made it clear. Never made it clear. But he said, he made a statement. I remember one statement he said, was the one after me, I forgot how he said it. But offhand, he said things, but he never came out directly and says, there'll be somebody after me. Like he said, Son of Man was Master Muhammad, when it clearly says he has woolly hair and dark skin. But the lessons tell you that he didn't get things all totally correct. But that was acceptable because the job he had to do, and he was supposed to prepare the way for the one that would correct things, that would purify things. So he was working in the world, he's working in a lake of shit. So he wasn't expected to be clean. You understand? So that's acceptable. I don't have a problem with that. When he was clear by the message of covenant, I don't have a problem with that. But he was allowed, he was forbidden to go to the hereafter, right? Because of that. But say he should have been clear about that. You could see here, but he couldn't go. He said, because you did not sanctify me. You didn't explain to people. Now, if he had done that, I don't know, would it have been any different? I don't think so. But then FARRACON would call himself whatever. I don't know. It didn't happen. But that's what it says. Let's move on. Let's see here. See, there's a lot of little hints. But nobody's studying this and not studying it because there's so much wisdom here, so much stuff. Like I keep telling people there's hints. Now listen verse carefully. I know you're not gonna pick up on this, but most of what I'm saying right now is that if these recordings are able to maintain, but I told people I know they didn't do it, and so I got to do it, and I spend time now because I don't have time to do this presentation every day because I got to put these stuff in a form these people can still use during tribulation. That's the only information they're going to have. They don't have internet, all that kind of stuff. They're put in some kind of form that they can be access to information during tribulation. Right? So I don't have anybody to help me. Right? And if I ask somebody, I couldn't trust them because I had to keep a look, so I might as well do it myself. Can't trust you. You know, you tell when you ask people to do something, if you have to do it, you got to be able to trust they'll do it. Otherwise, you spend all the time watching if they do it, then you might as well do it yourself. At least you know it's done right. Because if they ain't going to do it, then you got to go back and look at it, and they got to, oh, it's wrong, they got to fix it, and can't do it over. Oh, got time for all that. In a moment, in twinkle of an eye, at the last trump, listen to that carefully. In a moment, in twinkle of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet, wait a minute, hold on. Why did he say it two different ways? Trump and trumpet. Shall sound, and there shall be raised a corruptly, and we shall be changed. Now, when are we raised? We're about to be raised now. When the winds blow. That's what Armageddon. Armageddon is our rising. That's what we're talking about today, Armageddon. So that's when it's going to happen, right? And trumpet shall sound, but it says, in twinkle of an eye, next it's going to happen suddenly. One said, one day, talking about the same thing, one day, right? Whoever heard it? And they should born in a day. You and I. That's our resurrection. But it says at the last trump. Now, why did he say last trumpet? Why is the last trump? Why say the last? Why didn't say trump? But it's telling you when it's going to happen. Who's the president? He's the last term. It says all kinds of hints there. The last trump. In his last term, this is going to happen. Because why would they say last trumpet? So they know that there is a difference because they said differently. So that means this meant something else. Otherwise, they would say the last trumpet. The last trump. Pretty first, you can look it up yourself. All kinds of hints. Okay, now here's the resurrection. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, a great shaking, and bones came together, bone to bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and skin covered them above, and there was no spirit in them. There's two ways to look at this, but the way here, see, you can talk about in terms of Elijah. Here it's talking about specific Son of Man, but you can still use it. Speak Elijah, but I usually use it that way. Let me just move on, brothers, because I don't want to get into a lot of stuff here. Right? I said I have to be careful what I say because what I say they're listening to too. Like the pause. Now, I told everybody before. I said that pause. I said half. I said it says half an hour. I said hours. That's a year. That should be enough. They can say, okay, well, that means through June, that means we can expect that war to continue. Did anybody do that? Yeah, but I can't say it directly because I'm speaking too. But I mean, I said it. That person ended it. They already didn't make the interpretation. That's the easy one. It's at 6+ months after June, starting July, and where you are, and what's about to happen. We're going to talk about it a little more in a minute. There's no spirit in them. In other words, it was raised, they got the knowledge, but they didn't do anything with it. No spirit. I mean, like, you ain't got spirit, you ain't doing anything. They ain't doing nothing, they ain't doing anything with it. In other words, the message coming, he's preaching them, and they don't do a damn thing with it. Nothing. Then he said, let me prophesy to the wind, the four winds now. Prophesy, Son of Man, say to the wind, thus said the Lord, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe unto these slain, they may be lived. So I prophesied them, he commanded me, and the spirit came to them, they lived, set upon an exceeding great army. Then when the four winds blow, finally they wake up and do something. After fire hits their ass. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad because they had from, 90 years ago? It started right then. It was easy sailing. Then they go to tribulation. But now they got to wait to fire hit their ass and then, okay, now they wake up. Whose fault is that? Mine? No, well, they can blame who they want to. Their fault. The guy that was preached to them, and they didn't do anything with it. See? They can't come and skin cover them. But they didn't do anything with it. They got the information, they got everything fully formed, and did nothing. And then the fire hit their ass, and then they do something. Whose fault is that? I might as well go and read this. And he said unto me, Son of Man, what's that guy called Son of Man over there? He got that little crescent going this way, that way. Show how dumb he is. Because he don't realize that one represents Sunniism, right? That means they're at odds with each other. That means they cancel out each other, they war with each other, but he act like they work. He don't understand it represents the golden calf. What a dumbass. What's going to happen to him? Oh, what's going to happen to him? Oh, boy. See, I know what's going to happen to these people. I tell you, you'd be sick. Then said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Oh, they say, our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. Therefore prophesy, say to them, thus said Lord God, behold, my people, I open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you to the land of Israel. It's still in your graves, right? It's going to be opened up. That's how I'm going to do that. You shall know that I am the Lord when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves, and shall put my spirit in you. Activate your ass. First, you got to bring out the graves. See? And then put spirit in you, and it shall live. It shall place you in your own land. Then she'll know I am the Lord spoken in form, said the Lord. Lord going to do this. The spirit in you, right? That's the message come going to purify your ass. Baptize you with fire. You know what Moses said? John said, I baptize you with water. He'll come back me, going to baptize your ass with fire. Because the water ain't moving you. Why? Because there's a bunch of reasons. I'm going to move on. Look at this. At that time shall Michael, that's Master, they don't know that. Shall stand, the great prince will stand for thy children, thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble such never was for a nation even. That means that's about to happen, right? At that time, that people shall be delivered. Everyone, that people shall be delivered. Everyone that is found written in the book. See? Some of Shabbat, remember, because those are Suleiman's people. We're talking about Daniel there. And men are sleeping in the dust of the earth shall awake. Then they'll awake. They're asleep. They'll wake up until that time happens. When the other one's delivered. And she hit the fan, then they wake up. Some everlasting shame, some everlasting life, some everlasting shame to poem. I told you. After the other one's delivered. And the fire hit their ass. Then they're awake. They still sleep. They know still sleep. They ain't doing anything. They're talking in sleep. They're sleepwalking. They're talking in sleep. But they ain't doing anything. It says right there. Then they're awake. Fire hit their ass. Oh, they jump out of bed then. When they could have avoided that. They listen. Okay, I'm going to play this stuff, brothers and sisters, get back to the stuff I'm closing. This is the bullshit they are listening to. Why? Because it doesn't require them to think. Because if FARRACON was thinking, they would not be with FARRACON. That proves they're not thinking, except for those that are seeking the message of the covenant. They're there. I'm saying the other ones, they're there. Well, we don't care about demons because we don't. They think or not. We don't try to make them think. The other people is there. A lot of Levites. They're not seeking anything because the FARRACONs have got them. Let's move on.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
yes, sir,
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. and Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
You see a clown there? He's a Levite. He's Elijah's son. He's totally in FARRACON's camp. What's that about? Let me explain something, brothers and sisters. I said a long time ago, I said, you know, if you believe Noah, you believe him, then you be helping build an ark. There's nothing he can say to you to get you off that ark. If you believe it, there's nothing he can say. He call your name, call your mama name, he smack you. You ain't leaving the ark if you believe it. But if you don't believe it, or you just sabotage it, that's a whole different issue. First of all, you're probably going to help build the ark anyway. Probably not going to do anything. If you don't believe it, you probably going to sit around and watch. You may not even watch. You may watch and see. Because, well, maybe, let me check, right? And if you are enemy, same thing, right? So Noah had to be aware of these things. We say, well, they're hanging around, they there all the time, watching. Hey, man, how come you help? Oh, man, I'm with you, man. Y'all doing a good job, man. Doing a good job. I'm telling everybody, man, no, I did build an ark. But I don't do a damn thing to help build it. Now, he's doing a great job. I mean, he's building an ark out there. He says it's going to flood, all that stuff. I don't do a damn thing, right? Maybe if you're aged, you might be the same thing. Okay? So when the time comes, and the flood comes, right, then maybe you want to get, but hey, now you can't get on this ark. Remember, the guardian slammed the door if you read the whole thing. You definitely don't want the agents to get on the ark, because they get on the ark, they're just going to sabotage it. And then, you got a whole ark of things flood, thinking. So you have to be wise enough to make sure you don't have, because here it is, and you have to get them exposed themselves. Especially the agents. Definitely don't want them on. Although they might slip through. But you definitely want the agents on, because they're going to sabotage the ark. Everybody's going to drown. So you ask yourself, there's a lot of ways to do it. I'm not going to give you all my details, my techniques. But one way I said just, like say you squeeze an orange and you get orange juice. Squeeze your apple, you get apple juice. Squeeze grape, you get grape juice. I tell you the nature of squeezing. We squeeze it. Because you say, you see it's raining. All of a sudden, you're incognito. Can't don't answer. You ain't around anymore. What is that about? How could that be? How does that make sense? If you believe that, and you was with it 100%, you was down with it, and I said something that bugged you, they say, then obviously, you didn't believe it all, did you? I'm going to leave that like that. They have no idea what the fuck is going on. Especially dealing with me. I She's telling everybody, you don't know me at all. So here we are right now. It's draining. And they're going to attack any day now. They're saying it. It's right on time. Exactly like I said. Half an hour. Sounds like half an hour. And you got people, someone asked me a little while back, where we flee to? I said, why would you ask me a question like that? Are you an agent? Why would you ask me a question like that? I mean, that could be an honest question. It's an ignorant question. But if you thought it through, you say that's definitely something you would be telling, because if we're going to run away from the enemy, we ain't going to tell where we're going to run to. So you'll be waiting for us when we get there. Okay. Anyway, that's history. Anybody that's on the ark is on it. Anybody that's not on the ark ain't. So now with that's where we are. So we get ready to move into that war will continue. As I said yesterday, then we're moving to Armageddon. I don't like this job. I know how to do it. I don't like it. I didn't ask to do it. Sometimes it amazes me. But I keep asking myself, these Levites say our twin brothers, what's something different about them? Well, Elijah, he was okay. I understand we went through, but the Shabbats went through it too. And so you try to give benefit of the doubt. Remember doing art class. Let me just put this where I'm going to leave it alone. I talk about purging. See, the thing is, culling is like, you have a herd of a zebra. And so the lions, see, they don't just put animals for a reason. Lions are part of the culling machine. So you say, oh, they keep the herds healthy. How do they do that? Because they get rid of the weak ones. So their seed don't get back into the seed is cut off. So that means only the healthy seed, the strong zebra. Oh, here I go. I know it's going to be a problem. Hold on.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world?
Hold on.
And on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the
I knew it was
most
gonna be
grievous
something.
chastisement. And Allah is not
Hold on,
heedless of
brother.
what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Okay. Now, I've got what I was saying. So the lions, they catch, they chase the herd, they catch the weakest ones. And so their seed doesn't get, right? The weaker seed cut off. So now the strong seed survives, so the herd stays strong. That's part of the reason why with the Holocaust we did. So the weaker seed will not survive, so we keep our seed pool strong, because we're going into forever. So only one survive in the end. That means that continual culling. If it's only one going to survive, that means the culling process kept going, kept the weaker ones. So what happens? How you do? One of the ways to do that is Scripture. You come to Scripture, says the believers are the ones that could mentally rise to that level. They need to go to the next level, and the disbelievers are the one don't. So they don't survive to the next level. Now here they get destroyed. Back there, that won't be this. The crime tell you there's no way to make it, man. I could stop eating those Doritos, man. See? They die in happiness, but their seed be cut off. But they're too weak to move to the next level. Because if me 3 years from now, man, we'd be so advanced. I mean, we'd look back now, we'd be like ants to them. And so that's part of the reason, because the devil's here. They provide what the lions do, character of the lion, right? Because they was able to hold on to the weakest ones. They will make it hereafter. He cut off because they couldn't overcome this. They couldn't overcome this. So because we got FARRACON to get rid of demons, right? To pull them out, but we had somebody pull up our weaker seed. We don't want to have them reproduce back in, keep our seed weak. They're too weak to overcome the gravitational vortex. I give all kinds of hints, brothers and sisters. Too weak to overcome the gravitational vortex. The brain wasn't strong enough. You're talking about the mind, the brain just wasn't strong enough. That's why it tells you in Exodus, they spent 40 years in the wilderness. I forgot the exact words they used, but 40 years in the wilderness to burn them off with Aaron. Man, that's a good one. They didn't make it. Okay. Part of the energy management too, but still has to come from here. So they can't be productive in the spring. But that's simple. They can't be productive in the spring, so therefore what we need them for. So they lost in the winter. And so, like I said, that's why I said, it gives you a big hint. It says he'll walk alone. He'll tread the winepress alone. I mean, the Levites just couldn't handle it. The ones with him just couldn't handle it. They tell you, right, he's alone. They couldn't handle it. They're too weak. See, and they tell us this Christianity stuff. It's about friendship, about love. It ain't about love. It ain't about friendship. It ain't about any of that. Because it says his own children be lost. Keep telling people it ain't about that. You trying to be friendly. I give a damn about you being friendly. You see me trying to be friendly? You see me trying to win friends? What's it? How to make friends and influence people? You see me in that mode? I do everything I go out of the way to make you don't like me. Because you should be here because of me. You're here because of the truth that you recognize that you can process. The angel. If you're here because of me, you're lost. I can't do anything for you. Keep telling people that. I don't want any friends. I ain't look for any friends. I ain't look for any help. I ain't trying to be nice and friendly. Trying to break your idea. It's not about that. When they drowned people in the world, except for Noah, well, little babies, they were drowned too, weren't they? But they don't get it. It's mathematics. Because this whole world's in an emotional state. So they got if you can overcome your emotions, that's part of the reason they're culling. Because you think emotionally to the point you think it all. Or I'd be friends with them, I'd be nice with them. I might give a damn about that. That's not going to help you. It's not going to do a damn thing for you. You remember Nicodemus met Jesus according to the Bible, right? Nicodemus, this little point there, right? And he was a righteous man. Everybody knew he was a righteous man. He was doing all the things right. He was doing right. He wasn't doing any wicked stuff. And he told me what he needed to get to the. He said, no, he told me, you can't get here. You can't get in here. You can't get in here after. Here I go again. My brothers. I knew it was going to get me sooner or later. Oh, my technical difficulties, I knew it was going to catch up with me. Oh, boy. Let me move on. He told me, no, you got to be born again because you can't make it. Oh, you don't understand, brothers and sisters. But I said, you will understand, or you have to, well, you understand whether it's too late or not, I don't know. When that fire hits your ass, fire it's a lot of wisdom in fire. I don't know anybody would stick their hand in fire twice. I think that's a learning experience. Everybody get a PhD in that. They only got to touch it one time. That's what happened to you, brothers and sisters, because you asked for it. Fire have to hit your ass to move you. And some of you are going to be too late. But I said, these people that claimed they was the angel for years, they're going to have to answer on people. Because they're going to blame them. Maybe they shouldn't blame them, but they're going to blame them. Say, man, you mean you fired? You say, what'd you do with it? Nothing? Well, brothers and sisters. Answer that.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the
Hold on.
other? Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Okay, brothers and sisters, let's go through this quickly and see if they're guilty of this.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Okay, brothers and sisters, messenger of the covenant says he's coming to Elijah's temple. But you ever heard FARRACON tell the messenger of the covenant? No. That's what you be seeking. No, he don't mention that at all. But he mentions about Elijah up here. They don't mention about the messenger of the covenant. That they tell you God is a liar. Because ain't nobody coming. Because Elijah was the last messenger. Is that what this says? Elijah was the last. So no. This person prepares way for this person. He's the messenger of the covenant. So they believe in this part of the book. This believe in the other. That's clear enough, isn't it? Let's move to the next one. Covenant itself.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13 And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14 And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Good, brother and sister. Leave this part of the book. They talk about this part of the book, right? And when I talk about hence, why do they call Abram here? They missed the Ham part. And who they call us? They said, we're Ham. We don't want to curse by God. No, we want to know our sons, right? We'll be slaves forever. They'll be slaves, right? Isn't that what happened here? That's the Ham part. That's us. That's the part that's missing. Ham. the one they call a Ham, and they say we're supposed to be slaves forever. No, we're the seed that's lost. See a little hint? But nobody pays attention to that. You never ever heard that before you heard from me. Another hint there. They missed the Ham part. The Ham part is the missing part. That's us. But they say we're Ham, don't they? But the way they interpret it is that we're supposed to be slaves forever. Slaves. They'll be slaves. That's the way they interpret it. They're persecuting us, afflicting us, everything, because he said, but we just Ham. And they say we're Ham, but once you understand that, you understand we're Abraham's seed. See? Move on. Now they believe in this part. Let's see if they believe in the rest of the part.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
There you go, brothers and sisters. How can they don't believe in this part? That's the covenant. They don't recognize the measure of the covenant, who was suddenly coming to Elijah's temple, and they don't recognize the covenant because FARRACON said we're not going anywhere. Plus they're calling God a liar again, because this is his word, this covenant, that's his word. And he says, measure of covenant is covenant, that's his word. So he calling God a liar, and plus they don't believe this part of the book. You know, Elijah's last messenger, you know, and we ain't going nowhere. Guess what's next?
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
There you go. He bypassed Aaron. Remember, Aaron died in the wilderness too, and went through Joshua. That's Jesus and Joshua, same person. I'll explain that. So it ain't Aaron, it ain't FARRACON. They bypassed Aaron. Why? Because he died in the wilderness too. He's a liar and deceiver. He's robbing the nation, so forth. Right? But they don't speak of Joshua, do they? Oh, Aaron, FARRACON last one, Aaron. What about Joshua? And he's the messenger of the covenant. He's the one who can fulfill the covenant. So why don't mention the covenant? Don't mention the covenant. Don't mention the identity of the messenger of the covenant, Joshua. Don't mention any of that. But they mention the first part. So it says, what happens to people that does that? And we know, we just show that's what they do. That's what FARRACON does, all these people. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Well, we know somebody would forsake FARRACON. They blew his ass up those radiation pellets, didn't they? Was anybody with him then? Whoever was with him, hey, don't come with me. If that's kind of protection your God provides, stay away from me. Somebody forsake him. Somebody failed him. So not talking about him, is it? This God's a liar. Minister of the covenant. I'll go ahead and check this, brothers and sisters.
6. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7 Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8 This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9 Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
Okay, again, brothers and sisters, talking to Joshua, don't have to worry about anything. So let me take them as, it says it's based on the law. I don't understand that. It's not pressure. Now, I had some food, I've had over the years, right? I'm talking about the 5 pillars. And they get that, like a little bit of knowledge, and they run away. Well, man, I got that, man. I don't need to worry about it. No, he said 5, do 5 pillars. I got the 5 pillars, man. I don't have to listen to him no more. Because nobody can mess with me if that's true, which is true. If you got the 5 pillars, no one can mess with you because it's power against power. That's what it's talking about, power against power. But he's so damn stupid. That's where you don't see beyond that. What's beyond power? Beyond power. Okay, well, say you're stranded on a desert. Somehow you use a plane, and your plane crashed on the desert. Right? So now you're in a desert, and ain't nobody there but you. No power opposing you. And you planted 5 pillars. But that's not going to bring no food to you. That's just about power. No other power can have anything to do with you, but there's nobody out there but you. So you're going to starve to death. But you got 5 pillars. See how stupid they are? I got to explain all this all the time. That's one of the reasons, another reason why we put over here. Away from over there. Make the gravitational vortex more effective. Because you try to pull that shit over here, because you're going to get that information here from Suleiman. So you got it over there, might be in trouble. But you get it here. But you got to come out of here. One way to get you out of here is Master Prophet Muhammad. So you got that 5 pillars. He don't take you out of here, but you're here with that 5 pillars. And devils can't mess with you. Even ghosts come in, they can't mess with you. Because you got the 5 pillars, you got more great impressionaires. How's that going to get you something to eat? See? They blow this place up, how's it going to stop you, right? The weapons won't prevail against you. You survive it, but now what you going to eat? What you going to do? What you going to drink? You got the 5 pillars, though. I ain't see. That's why. You're not to be pulled out of here. Because you got to be screened by the Ancient of Days. Yeah, man, that's what the Injil is for. Because they missed that part. Because isn't that one of the 5 pillars? The first one, consequence. The Injil. Consequence, that's what it's all about. Teach you to think properly. But they forget about that part of the pillars. I said, you give them a book, they don't know that part. Oh, I'm going to fast and pray and everything else. What about the 5th one? What about the first principle? That's the Injil. We got to have that. You can't have this 4 part, you got a whole 5. If you ain't got that, you're not getting out of here. And if you do get out of here, right through a tribulation, come out the back door, you might as well not come out here, because now you're being here after, but you But remember, hell is in hereafter too. But people in hell are people that have no power, but have no discipline. Not energy though, not a healing. They burn, heal right up. But you don't have the angel. Nobody's going to teach it to you. Not going to waste time trying to do it. You got to have all of them. All 5 pillars, not just 3 or 2 of them. Or you're not getting out of here. Unless you come through the back door, like I said, you might as well have stayed here. Right here. You tell people don't understand, they don't get it. They say they wash their robes with the blood of the Lamb. What is that? One brother says this. Oh man, I know some people out there like that. I mean, I got that 5 pillars, man. I'm doing my fast, I'm praying, I'm doing my zakat. What about the first one? Even the first one, you still, like I said, you observe it, but are you doing anything with it? You get the knowledge, but you have the spirit. Yeah, I read it, I recite, I receive it, I read, I read about dragon, yeah, I read it. I can echo what he's saying. But have you figured it out? Oh, I've been to the gym, man. I know all the machines, I know all they work, man. I can draw pictures of them, I can tell everything about every machine, but do you work them? I'm at the gym every day, man. Are you working them? Okay, let's get into it, bro. Since I think I got this right here. Okay, I talked about this yesterday. I'll go into quickly. It's talking about, well, basically, it says, if you can't handle the smallest things, how are you going to say, okay, there any of you have a matter against another, go to the Lord before the unjust and not before the saints. Do you not know that the saints shall judge the world? That means the saints, that's part of the tribulation, judging. But are you worthy to do it? Because you can handle the smallest stuff. You can handle angel. If you can handle the smallest, how can you do big stuff? See? And know ye not that you shall judge angels? How much more things that pertain to this life? I'm gonna leave it there, bro, since I gotta move on. And this angel says, anyone hearing the words of this, in other words, if they take it and you mess one word up, start one word, adding the word, taking the word, the plagues won't come on you. And I try to tell people that, and they don't believe it. So you can't be playing around with this. It's a pure book. You can't play with it. The consequence is too severe. When this book holds the lives, this book is a lifeline to our people. You know what the consequence it is? Because people they paid the price to be delivered. When you put something, that means you're taking their reward away from them. Because you tripped them up. You had to give them cake with poison in it, water with dirt in it. It was pure. So you give them dirt, they won't drink it now. They're going to die of thirst because I ain't drinking that stuff. They see dirt in it. You got to get them pure. Because people are lost because you get them imperfect, impure, dirty water, polluted food or whatever, and they reject it because they see that, and they end up dying because of it. The consequences on you. So I'm put with her. You pay. It's like killing somebody. I mean, everything that they ever had, you stole from them. Like killing somebody. Say maybe it was worth $1 billion. So you took that away from them. Well, you took it away from them. So now you got $1 billion of bad luck. I don't know you understand that. He said, don't play with it. The Quran tells you, every atom weight you'll be judged for. But they don't get it. One brothers and sisters. These Levites were, that was so simple. Right here. Everything taken away from us. But maker, owner, creator, planet, earth, God, universe, that means all belongs to us. How do we get it back? We got to take it back. They ain't giving, they're not going to give it away. That means resist. That means war. That means total war. Total war. And you surrender now, it means, are you ready? No. He says you ain't be ready to fire at your ass. And that prophecy seems to be perfectly accurate. So to keep his mouth shut. He's a watchman, but he told him to keep his mouth shut. Now, what good is a watchman? It's like having a watchman who don't have any eyes. That's worse. He got eyes, but he ain't got a mouth. So you see the trouble coming, but he can't tell you. We're in a time of unprecedented trouble, but he can't tell you what's going on. Yeah, you've been giving millions of dollars over 40-some years, and now it's time of trouble. He's supposed to be quiet. Are you buying that? Well, brothers, I'm going to close this out. Oh, yeah, okay. More time than usually, but I had more time today because I was able to get through those technical things, but they're trying to catch up to me. 2026, brothers, here we are. Now, again, it says, there'd be silence. I explained that yesterday. So if the war took place in June 2025, it'd be silence. That would mean half an hour would be 6 months. It says about. So we know it's past 6 months. That means it wasn't less, because about could have been a little less than 6 months. It could have been 5 months and a half or something. But we know that's past, so it has to be 6 or more. Right? So it could be, I round off to 7 months. But it could be 6 months in a week, 6 months in a day. It's still approximately about 6 months. It's not exactly. I round off to 7 months. Right? That's me. But no one knows exactly the match from Muhammad. So if you go from June, okay, you got start of July, August, September, October, November, December, January. That's 7. December was 6 months. So anything after 6 months. So anytime in January, right? Again, July, August, September, October, November, December, 6 months, right? So it can happen anytime in January, maybe in February. That's 6 months, a little more than 6 months. And what they're talking about is going to happen this week. Now, the last 6 months, that was probably solved. Or we obliterated their nuclear facilities, and we ain't got nothing to worry about no more. And right, and they moved on to Venezuela and all that kind of stuff, right? And suddenly, out of nowhere, in the last week or so, we're gonna not only we back in Iran again, but we're gonna attack Iran. Yeah, we're gonna attack when they got all kinds of riot stuff going. They found that America's insinuating that right on time. And everybody realized they're going to be at war with Iran within the next couple of days. So it's raining now. We're here. Now, that's phase 1. The war will continue. America, its forces, America, God will be totally vanquished. Going out of the Middle East, which will leave false Israel on the sea surrounded with no help. The nuclear weapons neutralized, because it says Michael and his angels, matched from him, will be with them. neutralized. They'd be surrounded by their former captors, Palestinians. They'll be betrayed by in Egypt. So Boston will be under siege because America and Britain will not be there. God may not be there. They're thrown out. And you have all kinds of stuff. The plague of flies be going. It's already going on now, but it's going to be totally infested with flies in a minute because the so-called Zionist Jews, you have the Christian Jews, but most of the time they're going to, but they have control, so much control over what's going on in America, like Facebook and not just that, but all kinds of industry and stuff. They're going to boycott. They're going to threaten to shut it all down. Take America into total economic failure because America will not go back over there and help false Israel. They'll be under siege. They'll be starving. They're fathering their sons, sons and their fathers. It's going to be terrible. Devastating. Devastating. And so that's the plague of flies. And America will not go over there because they can't tell the American public that was Master Muhammad that destroyed the Air Force, not the Russians. And tell the American public that. That's why they're not going back over there. So now, Iran and Syria will be revived. They will have control over the total Middle East, of Arabia, all of it. Assad will flee back to India. So when they have that total control, Europe is totally dependent. That's what chapter 18, the woes, they're totally economic collapse because they all be cut off. They wouldn't have access to oil, and they're in conflict with Russia. So they cut off their oil supply. So they're in total economic collapse, like I said, suddenly. So the only recourse is to make friendly with Russia. You know, heal up their animosities. So all Russia will be supplied with oil. That's the only source they have. And Russia does that. Now they're allied with Russia against America. Because America's over there fighting. So now America's still an adversary. And America has troops in all the countries over there. Hundreds of thousands of troops. And so now they're under attack by Europe. Europe don't want them on their base anymore, want them out of there. Not to mention that Trump has been antagonizing anybody anyway. Understand? So therefore now America is in a war of Armageddon in Europe, where Europe and Russia attacking them, and they're trying to save their troops over there. But in order to do that, America will have to commandeer all the oil in America, because they don't have access to oil in the Middle East either. They have to commandeer that means all the civilian petroleum will be commandeered. Okay? Economic collapse here now. So Armageddon in Europe, because that's Armageddon. That's what Armageddon would be. European war. Russia and Europe fighting against America. That's Armageddon. And America will be going to Armageddon here because now economic collapse, you have race war, civil war, and all kinds of conflict here. That's Armageddon east, west rather. Here. Armageddon east over there, Europe. Armageddon west over here. That's Armageddon. Be a race war between the devils and the saints. It'd be a civil war. What do you want to say? Political, Democrats, Republicans, who knows? A civil war between the demons and the devils, because right? It's not a race war, they're the same race. They call it the locust war. total disaster. They're going to attack all blacks. And Africa, the blacks here on the visa, like Somalis and whatever, Nigerians, whatever, they're going to unite together under Obama. I mean, he's one of them. They're going to fight back as a unit. They're going to attack all blacks. They're called All Blacks Unite, not including the one I just told you about. All unite, because they're under all attack. Once they come together, they're going to be separated. But the two ideology is going to be very clear then. One group wants to stay here and fight for America, take America back. They say America's all messed up. We can this our time. We can take it now. It's all divided. Everybody's fighting against each other. And we united. And the other group says, get the hell out of here. Suleiman already know who they are, but they're going to be made open, clear. Because this is their manifestation of defects, like Elijah Muhammad said. Everything, Suleiman would recognize them right away. But you recognize them. But you're still going to be some confusion. It says, when you go to tribulation, it says, many of them still going to join you with blandishments. But they're going to make the great separation between demons and the saints. Total disaster here. Cannibalism. Now for the saints, the Levites going to tribulation, they will be, the only help they will get would be Master Muhammad. Supply of food, they call manna from heaven. Supply of food. You have food. That's the only help you're going to get. And they have to take and rise to the level of angel. 5 months. Get an angel up into their brain. Not in their mind. Their brain, they don't get their mind back. It has to be active. Activated. They can't say, oh, I got it. Remember it said first when they got it, but they didn't do anything with it. They didn't have a spirit. You gotta apply it. You gotta do something with it. You gotta read it, understand it. But your mind has to get to that level. Your brain has to get to that level, rather. Exercising that brain under fire. You got about 5 months to do it. Like I said, so if you take July, August, September, October, November, December, 6 months. So that means sometime in January, latest in February, my best on January. A few more days, not sooner. One time. He's going to attack Iran. He said 72 hours a couple of days ago, didn't he? When it happens, everything will change, brothers and sisters. And then that's when the U.S. will wake up after fire their ass. They all sleep now. Because, like I said, the Levites are like a headwind. Slow you down. Like, you know, you build an ark and you're sitting around, hey, man, what's going on? You're doing a good job. Man, you should put this over here, whatever. Just interrupting. Right? Slowing you down. Distractions. That's all they've been. So, I said there'll be 3. Then you calm down. I just kept on. I kept saying, let me maybe try something else. Because there are people depending upon them. And I know what's going to happen to them if they don't get it together before tribulation starts. But people are going to blame them. They're going to say, you 5, 6 years, and you do anything with this? You have to answer that. I won't be here. 6 years. Warning. Now I think they're going. Fine. You tell it's not about friendships, it's not about family. It's about coloring. Can you move to the next level? You can't. Leave it alone. Try to get the best out of this world's life for what you got left. I can't waste any more time with that. No more. Right now, it's too critical. I've been waiting for this time 35 years. 77 a couple more days. Like I do. I don't know. My wife says, are we starting to get an energy wave? Someone said energy burst. No. I cook during the week, right? So I go in the living room, she'll there. The music on, she's rocking. I said, hey, what's happening with you? Yeah, I'm feeling good, boy. I said, you ain't been doing that. I said, wait, are we starting to get energized? Maybe I've been feeling a little more energetic in the last couple of days. I don't know. I'm just hallucinating. I know you're supposed to be feeling it soon. And she's like this. I'm saying, what you doing? What you think, you're 20 years old now? She's just rocking, boy. I said, what's gotten to you? But, that's not a joke, bro. It says we're going to be energized. It says momentous in heaven, earth, but it comes all of a sudden. So maybe it's starting to show up. And one thing I know, unless something dramatic happens, it's got to show up during the time. This is the time we should show up then. So maybe that's it. I've been feeling a little more energetic lately. For some reason. I don't sleep as much. So maybe it's starting. We'll all be energized. Let's see. Here we are, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. I think I made a mistake here. Let's see what I did. Okay, we're talking about the silence. That's the pause. They said it'd be a pause. There has been a pause. Make it clear. I told people as we close, I make clear because I'm talking to them too. Now, they pay attention, maybe you don't. So they may be reluctant to make this war because they say, hey, man, or they committed to it already. Now, I done made it clear now. They said, maybe we should try to wait a little bit and throw them off. I don't know. They do have to do what I do have to do. Yeah, I did. Okay. One heaven, phase 2. That triggers phase 2. Phase 1, abomination desolation, which lead to one heaven is the last part of that. That culminates in the one heaven. Abomination desolation culminates in the abomination. Abomination desolation culminates in the one heaven. Right? In one heaven, right? We'll have a pause for about 6 months. So he started, and the pause is over now. It's over. Because sounds heaven says half an hour. And a war occurred in heaven. This is the war. It's the resumption of it. And Michael's angels fought against the dragon and his angels. And then after the silence, they come. See, the silence is between the 4th and 6th seal. The silence is the 5th seal. You read it, it's right there. The silence. So after the silence over, this is what happened. 6. That's 6th seal. That's the great shaking. That's the resumption of the war. Some came black and sackcloth over here. That means the uniting of Suleiman and Nation of Islam. How does it happen? They come to Suleiman. I don't go to them. They come to me. But then they realize, because remember they were seeking, and then they didn't go along with FARRACON was doing because they was hollering, yelling. They had their brain back because something was wrong. They just had their mind back. So they say, Suleiman, they know he has it. And so they call on him. That was I accepting that snow store together because at this point I'm kind of like, man, why waste my time? 35 years, but I You think about these sisters, boss. You make that, you think it's a joke. It's not a joke. They went through all kinds of hell. And I'm not going to easily dismiss that. I'm not going to say easily. I'm not going to dismiss it. Period. I tried to tell them, and they didn't, because they could have went out here with me. They had to do something. And then it said the moon come and the sun become black and moon comes as blood, right? So that's what it's talking about. That's the war. Reception of the war. Four winds blow. It's the resurrection. The fig tree, that means America and Britain attacks all the blacks. The FARRACON got temples and stuff over in Britain now. I won't get into that. They attack all blacks. Okay? That's when the four winds blow. But see, the problem is, you got that Christianity idea in your mind, and you think, oh, they're your friends, you're fist bumping. But when they attack us, see, that's Matt Farmer is doing things to help resurrect you. This legislation was give you a flash sign, but you didn't get it. But when they attack you, I'm not going to tell you devils ain't devils. When they attack you, you want to say, yep. Because all of them going to be attacking you. If you get caught by me, you'll be in trouble. That's going to make you realize, yep, the devils, Elijah was right, Measure Cover was right, Measure Muhammad. And so we got to break you of that idea. And you're going to want vengeance because they're going to be attacking your mother, your father. You're going to see people that you love killed. You're going to have no love for them after this. They attack you, have no love for them. You will not have any question about whether they're devils or not. And 6 steel blows. Rapidly, that's about to happen. Most likely, in a couple of days before the end of the month. Maybe tomorrow. That's about to happen. Because once they get kicked out, once Rand's they're going to kick them out, and they're going to run to Europe with their ass on fire. They're going to be devastated. They're going to kick their ass. The ones that escape will escape under fire, running back to Europe, running from the bear into the lion. When they run to Europe, they will not find friends there because Europeans want to kill them because, remember, the Europeans now are allied with Russia. And they attack all the military bases, American military bases. So you run into the fire. Running from the fire into the fire. You understand? That's Armageddon. You understand? That's Armageddon. Armageddon here because they have all the resources, the oil and everything, resource here to help the fight that war in Armageddon. Or the economic collapse will follow here, right behind it. Cannibalism, everything. Off the page. That's going to happen. Couple of days, brothers and sisters. Maybe start today. When that war resumes, that's what's going to happen. This is silence. And move on. Cannibalism. Let's look at some of that. The hands of the compassionate woman have cooked their own children. They came food for them in destruction of the daughter. My people, that's revenge. They've been eating their own children. They cooked their own children. So at this point, this is at the initial phases because they're going to still have energy to cook. Within a month or so, they don't have energy to cook anything. They have to eat raw. They might be living in apartments and stuff. Nobody can stay steady because they're not going to be. Eventually, they have little mobs and groups and gangs. That's why they don't have that. It'll be total everybody on his own. Everybody against everybody else. The children would turn grayhead because they have to leave their parents. Because the parents were eating them. They don't realize their parents are eating them. Hey, Mom, what happened to Sally? I ain't seen her in a couple days. How come her hair is in that pot? Their own children. That's why children become gray-headed. That's in America. It's gonna be just as bad or worse over in false Israel when they're under siege. Because they'll cut them off from all food, all water and everything. So they're gonna be drinking blood. No water to drink. They say they're gonna be eating their fathers' sons and sons eating their fathers. It says eventually they're gonna get to the point they're gonna be eating their own flesh. That's what it says. And they have drones flying over so the whole world can see false Israel go down. Then they finally wipe them out. Terrible. This is Armageddon here. Okay, this is two women arguing over whose son they're going to eat. Both got sons. Whose sons eat first? And I'll make the city desolate. Here's everyone that passes thereby should be astonished. Here's because of the plagues thereof. So in America, false Israel too, to some extent, I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons, flesh of their daughters. They should eat everyone the flesh is friend in the siege. Straighten this well with their enemies, and they seek the lie shall straighten them. See? I'll call them to eat the flesh of their sons for their daughters. They shall eat the flesh of everyone, flesh of his friends in the siege. And if everything goes, that's false Israel, because they're going to be on the siege. You're talking about the next 60 days, brothers and sisters. Maybe next week, when that war is going to go south, it's going to go really bad. This is the result. And the tender, delicate women among you, which would not eventually grow, set her foot upon the ground for its delicateness and tenderness, rather should be evil towards her husband of her bosom, toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one that comes out from between her feet, when she's about to give birth to, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she eat them for one of all things secretly in the seed. That way, she won't give birth in secret. I don't know how you do that, because I thought women would be howling and screaming. Right? It says she's going to do it secretly because she's going to hide the fact she's about to give birth. She's going to do it secretly so you can eat it. As your bear should eat them for what of all things secretly. Secretly. With my children, children, husband, anybody. And where that enemy shall distress thee in thy gates. Everybody's will be against false Israel in America. In Britain too. And the Son of Man, thou sayest, Lord, speak to every fowl. Here's what it's saying is that the animals are going to be run rampant. And yeah, animals, foxes, wolves, whatever, they're going to go wild. They start eating people. The birds, horses, it's going to be a fest, a feast. O Son of Man, thou said, Lord, speak every feathered fowl, every beast of the field. They'll go wild to eat people. There's nothing else to eat. They eat the flesh of mighty and drink the blood of the prince of the earth, the rams, the lambs, the goats, both all of them, that is of spiritual. They shall eat and shall be full and drink blood till they be drunken. Whirlwind. This is the war. At the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him. False Israel, Gog and Magog. The king of the south. Shall push at him, the king of the north. The king of the north is Iran, with many ships, and the king of the north shall come against him. So what it's saying here, I've been reluctant to say this, but I think so close, bro, so I'm going to say it. Maybe I shouldn't. No, I'll let you figure it out. Right? And the king of the north shall come against like a whirlwind. And they say, well, that was missiles and everything else. They're going to let it loose. Hezbollah, all of them. They're going to let it loose. Like a whirlwind with chariots and horsemen with many ships. They'll follow up with military, but mostly is the missiles. Right? And shall enter into countries, shall overthrow, pass over. Shall enter into the glorious land, and many countries shall be overthrown by. But he shall keep out his hand, Edom, Moab, and the chief Ammon, that's Jordan, Jordan, or whatever. He shall stretch forth his hand also upon the country, and land Egypt shall not escape. But he shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver, over all the precious things of Egypt. What do you mean by that? Power over gold and silver. That means they can have control, but now We come over there to take the land back from the Arabs. See? Because they're going to have the land, so we have power with them because we're going to come there, but the Arabs still be there. So we got, remember, they control the whole thing. They ain't living there, they just control it. That's why it says, right? He should have power. They're going to be ruling, but we got to take the land back for ourselves. Sound contradictory? Master Muhammad's going to be ruling. Him and Shia. Right? They're going to be ruling for the next 6,000 years. But the Arabs are living on the land, so we're going to take our land. We'll come and take. So they have the power. But we're united with them. So when we return there, we're going to take our land back from the Arabs. You get it? That's why I say it like that. Hope you got it. Right? Now, power lands, treasure of Egypt. Remember, Egypt members, in this case, represent America. We just came from there. Have power over treasures. That was the treasures of gold and silver, all the precious things of Egypt. We were the precious things of Egypt. I know you don't understand that. And living in Ethiopia shall be in his steps. The tides out of the east shall come, north shall trouble him, therefore he shall go and forth with great fear destroy and utter and make away many. Okay? And you can read the rest of it. And says, I know you get confused in this part. Now just help him, but you understand, so I'll move on. And when the dragon soul was thrown to the earth, dragon kicked out. Who's the dragon? Sunnis. That's the ones that's here in America. They persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male. It's going to persecute, it's going to attack us. They're going to attack us. Because you know, Mr. Covenant is preaching this gospel, preach all the world, then they will come. So he's telling them, once we come together, we're going to take our land back. They're going to try to stop us here. They're going to try to stop us here. Two and even having great words. See, it's talking about right here, because that's where it says, having wings of great eagle. Because I'm not going to say brothers and sisters, right? You can read on your own leisure, but that's what it's talking about. Fall of Babylon. So the war, Armageddon is the fall of Babylon. Apocalypse kicks them out of the Middle East. Right? Breaks their power. But their fall comes with Armageddon. Okay? Kick them out of the Middle East. Now they go to Armageddon. That's where they fall. Because that's when they attack. Because fall of Babylon is when you do them double as done to you. So they come and see the great army, and they're kicking Babylon's ass on the way out of here. And the demons are also attacking Babylon. That's the story of Samson. I saw another angel step down out of heaven, having authority great. Earth was lightened up out of the glory of him. He cried out in a strong voice, saying, She fell Babylon the great. Came to dwell place of demons and prison, and prison every unclean, and prison every unclean, every bird unclean have been hated. And those who understand angels know what that means. Because out of the wide anger of fornication have fallen all the nations. Remember, America has attacked all the nations. And the kings of earth with her committed fornications. And the traveling merchant earth out of power, they became rich. So that's about America's faults. Once Armageddon started the war, they kicked out the Middle East. Now they fight over in Europe. They got to come to all total economic collapse here. Everybody's against everybody, right? They attack all blacks. They get to what I was talking about, the dilemma. Because the whole idea of keeping us in captivity, because they know who we are. They're trying to keep us from rising. So they're going to let's say, okay, false Israel's going down. These people are going to recognize they get this vision back of false Israel set up there. And FARRACON to take our vision away. Now Muhammad gave us a vision, a promised land. So FARRACON took away, we ain't going nowhere. And false Israel, they 748 to say, no, they're the true Abraham. So now they're under siege and gone. And FARRACON is taken down because it says that's what he's going during this war, he'd be taken down. Keep our brother. Now the vision is set up. They say, we go. Then they're going to violence, they're going to attack us. Because the whole point is to keep us from rising. When that happens, now we're going to see the great army. We have power. So our power, we have, as a nation, we have more power over them. Nothing they can do to us, we're destroying them. Plus now they fight with their demons and so forth, so on. And her voice come out of her people. First, we ain't going nowhere. And she's not sharing sins of her. And the plagues of her in order. She's not sees the words, we're going to stay here, but we're going to get the plagues. When one plague that happens there, we don't affect us. Because we're glued together, her sins to heaven, called out to the mind of God, unjust acts of her. Give to her back as her, and she back to you double. Now we don't do nothing to her, we don't happen to her. Oh, he's a Messiah, right? Well, God says, this is a command. He said, we ain't doing it to them. Right? You're a double. Because the heart of her, she is saying, I'm setting the queen of will and I am. More than not, I should see, though this in one day will come the plagues of her, death, mourning, and famine, and fire burned down in one day. But we're born at the same time. Said one action, reaction. Her action of birth, her reaction of death. And this was, now it's talking about the seals, right? The fourth seal. I heard a voice out of the fourth saying, be you coming? I saw, look, horse, greenish yellow, and set upon the name of death, and hers was found him. You understand the angel key to understand that. Was given authority upon the fourth earth that killed long sword, famine, and death by wild beast. The wild beast of earth is European cows. That's Russia and Europe. So this fourth one is being killed by them. Is they're going to suffer famine and the sword and then death. Death, you understand that one. But it was, all this going to happen to America. How you know? It said 1/4 earth. So let's see what the fourth earth is. See, this represents the earth. These represent the earth. So one of these is this one. Let's come on 1/4 this one. America. Phase 2. This is destruction. Phase 2 is the woes, the total economic collapse. You read at your leisure, chapter 18, right? See? Russia will not suffer that. But the Europeans, and total economic collapse. Because he has taken control of the Middle East, where they told to depend upon the oil from there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Read the woes. And the demise of Babylon. Before his demise. They lifted up one angel, strong stone as blown to a great mill and threw into the sea, saying, to thus on rush will be thrown Babylon, the great city, and not should be found yet. Okay. And voice harpers, okay. This is talking about Magog, about Britain. Right? Okay. The 23, and in her blood of prophets and holy was found, and of her all having been slaughtered upon the earth. Well, move on, brothers and sisters. Countdown to Armageddon. This right here represents the conflict where we are right now. They're in war stance right now. Remember the pause is not a ceasefire. Pause like between rounds, a boxing ring. That's a pause. That's where they are right now. Not a ceasefire. And this is where it's going to end up. They'll be kicked out of the Middle East, America and Britain. They could still be in the Middle East. They won't have control of the Middle East anymore. And at that point, that's when Suleiman and the Nation of Islam were united. FARRACON is kicked out. They took them down. Your own people going to take them down. It's going to happen during this period of time we're in right now. When that war starts again, this is going to happen during that period of time. It's going to happen any day now, between now and the next couple of weeks, probably the next couple of days. So when that happens, they're going to warn them about what's about to happen because they're getting ready to attack. So they're going to flee, but they won't flee in panic because they're going to see it coming. These won't see it coming. They're going to flee in a panic. See, there you go. Boom. Once they're under siege, American Britain's kicked out. They're going to attack us. America's in war with Europe and Russia. They attack us. This is talking about the sea. That's another story. Anyway, Suleiman's right here at the NOI, protecting them, warning them what's happened, and then, okay. And 4 months, but I'm not going there. I'm just showing you that part. Then here, countdown to Armageddon. Okay, Suleiman shows up. Okay, first got to take out false Israel, Muhammad with collaboration. You're going to take war with them right through the Middle East. He's going to be the prayer. You got people's mind back. Once he destroys this false vision, he's good mind to give people the true vision. Injil. And take down FARRACON. Okay. That war stuff. They go down, FARRACON goes down. And true vision established. And once they come together, see the great army, now they're at war with Babylon. Do them the devil has done to you. They try to call martial law. That's not right there. So you look at him and say, oh, I mean, he's crazy. Yeah, he represents America, the state of America's in. He's going to have a horrible end. I'll tell you that. You think he's doing all this stuff? You understand? They're in trouble. And then once the people get out of here, first they let go, they go back to Middle East, prepare to take the land back. We're joined by the Nation of Islam, right? Probably 5 months after they escape from here. Take our land back. When we take our land back, then we'll be under attack by the GOAT. Because taking land back, we have control of all oil in the Middle East. And their whole reality is dependent on our oil. So dependent on we get it from Russia because Russia's at war with Armageddon. We'll get it from America because America's war Armageddon. And they can't spare anyway. When they get Middle East said, we control it. We said, no. It's the end of the winter. We're not supplying any more winter systems. They're going to attack us. So these 10 kings will make war with the Lamb. We will come them. He didn't say destroy them, will come. Kick them out of the Middle East. So then they're going to turn to Africa. Nigeria, a place that have plenty of oil, I need to take it. And that's when they run into Obama. We'd be controlling that. And they were going to war with him. Africa would be in two categories, it'd be in two groups. It'd be non-Islamic Africa, but you call Africa right now, which is really North Africa, because Arabia is Africa too. But when you place you call Africa right now, it'd be built in two parts. Islamic Africa and non-Islamic Africa. You have control of non-Islamic Africa. It won't be all these countries, it'll be two. And you got over 1 billion people in Africa altogether. I don't know how many people you have in his command. And the Africans are military ready. And they defeat them. But he's going to help them when they take down America. They come invade America. So you're going to see them, when this war starts again, they kick out Middle East. Within a month or so, you're going to find Chinese and Indians roaming around, their military roaming around in America. He will defeat them. And then there's a contest. Remember, they are older brother, Esau, who's supposed to get inheritance, but he sold it to Jacob, us. So then there's a battle. Who's going to control the planet? The last war, brothers and sisters. And they're defeated. You know, government set up. One, brothers and sisters. Here's the vultures. Like I said, once we're out of the fields, masters, remember the house niggas? They was living off us vicariously because master was living off us and master was giving them the crumbs of what they was getting from us. Right? So now so they couldn't have anyone say, master, what are we going to do? We're going to, you know, hey, well, you can't live off us no more. You can live off of them. And that's what they've been doing. They're the preachers, the politicians. They're all demons like Farrakon. He's rich. He ain't produced a goddamn thing for the Islam. He's been vulture. Got sis out there doing fundraising stuff. You understand? They're the vultures. Living off us. They're demons. In the crossroads. This is two crossroads. The demons is demons crossroad and our crossroads. I explained clearly about a week or so, a couple weeks ago. Just getting this part, this path. They want to get closer to the master, integrate. They treat just the same civil rights when we want to get the hell out of here. It's two paths. We begin to realize that we're that same people. That they're blackface. See, you know, it used to be in the early 20s, had blackface, white people put black color so black and make fun of black people. They don't need that anymore. But they got Wesley Snipes, they got Morgan Freeman, right? Jay-Z, they got them. They're the blackface now, but they're devils. They're demons. Black on the outside and white on the inside. They don't need them anymore, they got them. See? Got their cross and everything else. This is the path, right? We're past Farrakon. Are you on the same path? Martin Luther King? You on the same path as Elijah? It's a fulfillment. Take us home. Let's see. There you go. Listen.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
That's how he feels about the devils. His people, those are his people. Remember, he's the seed of the devil. How did he feel about the seed of Abraham? Guys, let's say how he feel about them.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Millie. Yes, you are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Millie. Both sides.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
See, that's what I think about the saints, brothers and sisters. You. On both sides, male and female. Neglect the part that when they was alive, who killed him? You did. Even while I was destroyed the Nation of Islam, I was there. They killed it. When it was alive, they had those things. Why? Good had a leader. Like Muhammad. We did the work. He came and said, we'll build this, we build stores, we build businesses, we build banks, housing complexes. As a leader, how can they have done with FARRACON? Because all he does is put the money in his pocket. He didn't produce a goddamn thing. So he killed it. That's why he's like, you're a guide. He's supposed to guide through the forest. Then everybody get lost. He turned around and said, hey, you niggas, yo, we lost. Wait a minute, hold on, how we lost? You lost, you dumb niggas. You lost. Well, how? Wait a minute, you supposed to lead us? Hey, we don't, you lost. See, y'all stupid, we lost. Well, yeah, but you supposed to be the leaders. We're following you. That's why I don't have those things because you ain't letting nobody into it. You ain't telling nobody, let's build a bank, you ain't done any of that. But you got the money to prove you had the money to do it because you're a multimillionaire, but you didn't use it to build anything, you used to put in your damn pocket. Stinking fucking dog. And you want to pay the price for it too. But when they wake up, hey, woo, you better be off the universe. Let me play this back again because I'm not sure if I had this on.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Millie. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Millie.
Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
If you think he's on, brothers and sisters. It's bad. I'm going to close out here, brothers and sisters. Ark the wheel. See, they're so confused. Elijah Muhammad had this wrong also. That thing Ezekiel saw was not Master Muhammad's wheel. This is what he saw. This is the angel ark, angel wheel. Move on. Here's the angel wheel. See? It tells you. First like a lion, like a young bull or calf, face of man, flying eagle. That's what angel tells you. That's how you make up that. right? That will. How you make up Ezekiel's will. Same thing. Face for man, face for lion, face for ox, face for eagle. So an angel will. Mass Muhammad's will is not made of animals. They did everything wrong. Watch this. The lion, calf, the calf actually represents the golden calf. Face for man, and the eagle. That's what he saw. Angel. Then you got 7 spirits. For elders had that wrong too. Here it is. Each one has 6 wings, right? Under control of European countries. We're under control of America. Eurasia was called under control of Britain. Africa was under the colonization of Europe. And Russia was ideological control over China, Korea, Vietnam. See? That's what it meant. And he's on the throne. That means Paul says controlling. That God is saved. They're controlling all of this. They weren't colonizing anybody. The gold that was on the heads of 24 elders are not 24 scientists, it's the nations. Here's the fake vision at 748. Master Muhammad's getting ready to turn it. He's ready to get ready to do that vision. That's what people come together. Vision unites people. People divide now. They don't have ask FARRACON what's your vision. You don't have a vision. Just stay with America, love America. Because what? He's a vulture. We leave, he's out too. And this is what Suleiman is about to do. Separate chaff from the wheat. Remember, the seed. Somebody sowed this seed amongst our seed. Somebody sowed a chaff seed. The reason FARRACON can't speak on this, talking about the seed. Because the evil one did it. So they mixed together, but they look the same. But FARRACON's seed is not the same as our seed. It follows the devil. They mix in with us. And they cause confusion amongst us. That's why we divide and everything else, because wolves are mixed in with the lambs, and the lambs can't distinguish the wolves from the sheep. So therefore, they see sheep eating other sheep. Says something wrong here. So that separation has to take place. That's what Suleiman's job is to do. To point out the difference. And this is about to happen. Once that war, they kicked out, American British kicked out Middle East, this will happen. FARRACON was taken down. Separation will take place. FARRACON's on in the wind. That's it, brother and sister. Let me check. Close. Oh, mention one more thing, brothers and sisters. That only a pure in heart will see God. See, it said Suleiman had to make you pure. You can't make shit pure. That means you be pure. It means you wash, you clean you off. That's why they say it came with soap. That's how it purified you, by cleaning you off, clean the shit off of you. It's only a pure heart. That means when you can't recognize God, you can't see him. You know who God is till you get the angel. You're just guessing, but somebody told you, oh, you won't see God until only the pure in heart, your heart has to be pure. Only the pure in heart will see God. So you can sit around, wait, you're going to get, if you had spent 5 years studying that, you'd be in a good shape right now. So that's the issue right now Suleiman has. He has to determine leaders who's going to lead him to tribulation, because the ones that's there, they can't do it. They can't lead themselves. And finally, closing out, you know, like I said, you always tell you to try things. And just before it's time to get in the ark, but you got to try to check the people that's coming in there, because you can't let anybody in there. You got to check. But check. I said, you find out whether somebody squeezing it. So once you start, I call the people out that claim they were the angel. Call them out. Try to see how they react. See if they expose themselves, and they did. I'm not going to leave it. I'll leave it there, because the bottom line is, I don't give a damn if you're agent, you disbelieve, whatever. Because if you're for real, then I could have said I did. It kept you from that ark. Nothing. Bottom line, to worry about the rest of it. Now, brothers and sisters, tomorrow, phase 3. Phase 3 tomorrow. If I can get to tomorrow, if we even get to tomorrow. See, I'm so busy, brothers and sisters, I don't have time to be doing presentations. Right? Got a lot of preparation to make. Plus, like I said, I'm trying to find a way I can capitalize as much as possible, capture it somehow, so they can use it when there's no electricity and all that stuff around anymore. But this information they're going to need to get to a tribulation, because the people, the leaders, can't depend on them, because they should have it. They should have the information right here. Have the information right here. They should have it right here. They should have it, but you can't depend on that. So based on what's happening, they're not real anyway. If they was real, every time they give information, it's always bad. So that confuses people. You have to have pure water, pure information. So that's something else got to work on. Okay, let's see. I think I said brothers and sisters. That's it. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people. You can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, what, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course, it's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
Wait, it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a thing. Your society is
one
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start
with it.
rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and like have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. Like that's just what it is, dude.
But
Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
it's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
it's not fine, because it's leading to violence. that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
no, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had, because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, What's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even rolling. They're not even subtle about it. What this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff for Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable.
To say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, oh no, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks of the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus, Christians in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today, they took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they serve. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so he couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's the legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? please return to your arms? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years, right? And so we've been here a year now, and there was an agreement made. Our former slave master, he said, We had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America and reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there with sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what FARRACON told them. They was listening to FARRACON. FARRACON promised them. They stay there. 6 states. Right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, FARRACON. They're so happy. Thank you, FARRACON. Thank you, FARRACON. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, FARRACON. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, FARRACON. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, they says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big master. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, FARRACON didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Have schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, they looked at the farmers when they done the farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come you know? Right? our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the Master, hey, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, or nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now if you never pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace it, replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't business. They didn't train anybody. So FARRACON, He told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where you're going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to really create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. Total economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people on all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? You've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapsed because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything because FARRACON didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRACON. Maybe call it Traveland. FARRACON. They met the FARRACON. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, the blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, he on the phone, he talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, he's on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do, FARRACON? You told us to take reparations, so we did. They gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? I thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times $1 million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. Okay. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here with because you know they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh, no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, we please come and get him. Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, told you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on okay, he says that was Master Farad Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides. All that came in today, man. It came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. And they're begging it, somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.